It was just easier to restart. So, yes, this is who is watching you. Who is watching you so intently in your energy that it comes out into these readings. For these readings, the collectives are your sun, those secretive places in your chart, the moon, 8th house, well, secretive, intuitive, 8th house, 12th house placements, along with your rising. If you appreciate my time, do give me a thumbs up. Thank you for the like. And also, if you'd like, I'm offering readings in exchange for YouTube gifts. So if you donate a gift, not only will I give you a reading, but I will also go, once I get a certain number of readings or gifts, I will go and open up the floor to a general open floor reading for anyone who has a yes or no question for a period of time. So not only do you get to support the channel, you get a question answered of your own, but you also help contribute to other people getting a reading as well. So far, I have one person that donated towards that goal, towards this platform. So if I get 4 more people, I'll open up the floor again for, not again, but I'll open up the floor for anyone who has a yes or no question, which of course you can go and join in again if you'd like as well. So something to think about, and especially in the reading, in the spirit of collective readings, which you can see I do a lot of readings for the collectives, the various collectives, even ones that I have no touch points myself to. Just to share, in the spirit of sharing. All right. Yes, if you appreciate my time, give me a thumbs up. I will not be time stamping this, but I will list the order in which it's read in the description. If you have any comments, do share. I think that's about it. Shall we get started? I actually was pulling before on who to start, and I got air. And I don't mind starting off with air. Shall we see? I think it was an Ace of Swords. I think so. So we'll start off with Libra. Why not? Libra, a Libra collective. Excuse me. Libra, sun, moon, and rising. Who is watching Libra? Let's see. I have 6 of Cups, Libra. I have 5 of Pentacles, Libra. The person who's watching you is someone who knows, Libra, just how sweet you can be. Hello. Just how sweet you can be. And what it's like, Libra, to no longer have your warmth, your care, your nurturing. The person who's watching you, Libra, used to be close to you. Very easily in this energy, Libra, they could have been a very close friend of yours. Obviously, close enough, Libra, for them to have received your honest, authentic care. Hello, Hard Rock. So, 6 energies that are coming up here so far, Libra. I have Scorpio, Taurus, Cancer, and Gemini. I have someone who's very sad, and they haven't seen you in a while, Libra, haven't dealt with you in a while, Libra. Possibly because to do so, Libra, they would have to acknowledge something to you that's far more unpleasant than the fact that you're separated. Oh, we have a Libra here. Let's find out more. Libra, I have an 8 of Pentacles. I have an Ace of Wands with that 9 of Swords energy still prevalent. And I have a 2 of Wands and a King of Wands. Bottom of the deck energy, 5 of Wands. So essentially, Libra, the person who's watching you is someone who knows you. They know you. They knew you at a certain point. I'm going to rephrase that. They don't know you quite well. They knew you at a certain point quite well. They have been separated from you for a while. When you were close, friendly together, you were sweet together. What more can I say than that? They knew what it was like to have your care, your sweetness, your warmth. 8 of Pentacles with the Ace of Wands. Libra, the person who's watching you is trying to better themselves based on what they did. Libra, are they planning on reaching out to you? I don't really quite see that with the Ace of, with a 2 of Wands and a King of Wands. And I think the main reason why right now they're watching but not yet prepared, Libra, or committed, Libra, yet to reaching out, is precisely because the very things that led to the separation, they acknowledge all too clearly their role that played down in that. And they realize that they haven't moved past that. They're trying to make themselves a better person. They're also trying to see what comes up in the meantime. They haven't necessarily closed the pathway to you. And I think they do hope that in some roundabout way you meet again. But ultimately, bro, the person who's watching you won't reach out to you, won't be in contact with you, because to do so, they'd have to own up to some very unpleasant truths about themselves that they know, but they're not ready to discuss, not ready to deal, and not ready to own up to. Energies coming up here. I do have some significant Aries, in addition to some Virgo, Gemini, Scorpio, Taurus, and Leo. I almost wonder with that Aries energy, could that be relating to, well, Aries season, spring? Could that also be relating to maybe where this person has their communication signs, their Mercury? What's the house of communication? Is it the second house? The house of communication. Maybe even their fifth or sixth house, how they move, how they operate. There's something here too about the energy behind communication, and also too saying the right things when they need to say it. All right, let's go on to the next sign. And that would be, oh, thank you for the like. That would be, who would that be? Aquarius. Why not do Aquarius? And then we'll move on to Gemini and the other signs. So Aquarius. You shuffle the other deck. I have an old deck and I have a newish deck. This is actually my deck from last year. And some of this year, I think, too. I think I continued using this up to the summer. Anyway, Aquarius, who is watching? Aquarius, I have Magician Aquarius, Three of Wands. Oops. And I have Page of Wands. Someone's been planning, Aquarius, to get in touch with you. Page of Wands, Magician. Hello, Libra. Hello, Javon. I have Magician, Page of Wands, bottom of the deck energies, Hangman, and Three of Wands. Aquarius, someone's watching you who has plans about you, towards you. Maybe plans to work with you. I don't know. But Aquarius, they definitely are paying attention to what you're doing and how. Also, to your plans, Aquarius, do your plans align to or align with their plans? Aquarius is a person who's watching you, someone who actually is not quite that far away from you, someone who is close to you, close enough, Aquarius, that maybe you brainstorm together. Anyway, Aquarius, the person who's watching you is not that far away from you. They know you. It feels like a collaborator energy, Aquarius, the person who's watching you. There's motivation here too, Aquarius. Maybe they get motivation from you. Is it particularly pure? Or is there some competition in here? I don't know yet. But it's definitely almost like dancing, Aquarius, the person who's watching you. We'll find out more. Energy's coming up here so far, Aquarius. I read my magicians as Gemini. And I have Pisces. This could also be placements that you hold yourself, Aquarius. I would say that if you have any Piscean energy in you, that Piscean energy is precisely what motivates the person who's watching you. Where those placements are, Pisces energy, either how you move, how you operate, what you dream about, how you socialize, how you present yourself, how you live, wherever those Piscean placements are. Something about that inspires the person who's watching you. So I have Sun, and I have, person who's watching you definitely is inspired by you, Aquarius, definitely is not that far away from you. Aquarius, here's somebody who wants to match you step to step. Whatever step you take, Aquarius, they want to take a step likewise with you. Can they? They're going to try. Aquarius, the person who's watching you is someone who does deal with you. Aquarius, this person is in contact with you. Signs, well, I'm pulling a few more cards here. But we have Cancer, strong fire coming up with Leo and Sagittarius. I have some Libra. I have strong Libra actually between the Two of Swords here and an Ace of Swords. And I read actually my Empress between Taurus and Cancer. Another Empress here. So Empress energy is a little prevalent here. Aquarius, a person who's watching you is someone who wants to align their fortune. Thank you for the like. Wants to align their fortune with yours. Wherever you go, Aquarius, they'd like to follow. You inspire them, Aquarius. Aquarius, if you go and take 2 steps to the right, this person will not be far behind taking 2 steps to the right along with you. Aquarius, the person wants to stay in their orbit. Aquarius, this person is definitely talking to you or around you regularly. This person is someone who is trying to go and get your attention. Are you paying attention, Aquarius? Emperor is not that far behind as well as some more Temperance. Aquarius, in this energy, as I said, this is someone who knows you. This very well could be someone who missed out on an opportunity with you, Aquarius. There's some blockage here, Aquarius. Here's a person who's matching your steps, but you are not matching theirs. But I'd say too, Aquarius, by what I see here, here's someone who's a friend of yours who would like to get closer, as close as possible. They like to show you, Aquarius, that both of you are on the same path. Both of you like to do the same things. And if you two are so alike, Aquarius, won't you step in tandem with them rather than them following you? Yes, Aquarius, I have an admirer who's watching you quite closely, waiting for the chance, Aquarius. That's what I have for you. That's who's watching you. Let's go on to Gemini. So that would be the Gemini collective of Sun, Moon, 8th house, 12th house, and rising. I'm going to fold all those cards back. And then we'll go on to the other elements. So Gemini. Who is watching? Gemini, Ace of Pentacles with a king, excuse me, a Knight of Pentacles. Well, someone sees you in very high light, Gemini. They also see you as a star that is only starting to shine. 7 of Cups and Page of Pentacles. I have curiosity, Gemini. Person who's watching you is curious about you. The person who's watching you, Gemini, oh, they know a portion about your schedule, Gemini. They know how you spend some of your time, Gemini, if not more. How close are they to you, Gemini? Not that close. Not that close at all. Page of Pentacle energy is not that far behind as well. Gemini, here's someone who's watching you. You do not know them. If you know them, Gemini, it's purely by sight. If you know them. But they have been finding out things about you, Gemini. They have been digging into factors about you, Gemini. I have some Scorpio, Libra, Capricorn energy. Scorpio, Libra, Capricorn, and Aquarius energy coming up. Of course, we are in Capricorn season. Do I have somebody, Gemini, who's watching you and preparing? This person is preparing to go and approach you, as this person has been looking at you quite intensely. I feel like they've been looking at you, investigating you in some way, Gemini. Of course, 8 of Swords is Gemini energy. Ah, hello, John. Hello, Figment. Hello, hello. So, Gemini, let's find out some more here. Of course, this card doesn't want to come out. 3 of Wands, Gemini. Queen of Pentacles. I read my queens as cardinals, so we have some Capricorn energy pulling up here. Bottom of the deck energy, I have 7 of Swords again. Some more royal, royal. Royal would actually be a King of Pentacles, a Queen of Cups, etc. I have some court cards here, more in the Pentacle suite. Essentially, Gemini, what I have here is somebody who is really, really impressed with you. As I said, Gemini, they see you as a star that can only shine brighter in their eyes. Gemini, very strong indications here in this energy. They could be soulmate energy. This person who literally has love at first sight. 7s could be relevant here. Thank you for the like. Let's get a few more cards here. Yeah, Gemini, I have somebody who is watching you. They haven't been watching you for that long, only knows you by sight. Maybe, well, they've been knowing more about you. Gemini, maybe this person as well. You know them by sight. They haven't spoken to you yet. They intend to, Gemini. This person does see you as soulmate material, literally love at first sight. Not really getting so much about how they appear, Gemini, just that I know that you are quite stunning in their eyes. Also, I have here, in addition to 3 of Wands and Queen of Pentacles, I have Strength and 2 of Cups. Gemini, you're inspiring somebody simply by the way that you move. Definitely would like to be closer. They're not sure of what the future would hold, Gemini, but at the very least, Gemini, they would like to make your acquaintanceship. They would like to go and try and open up the floor to develop something. They're going to take a risk, Gemini, to go and approach you. And in that risk, Gemini, they do hope that something substantial can be formed. As I said, I have the whiffs of soulmate energy here. I definitely, Gemini, have love at first sight. That's who's watching, Gemini. Very new energy. Actually, that goes over here. All right, let me fold these cards back and we'll go on to the next collective. So, let me just shuffle these up. If you would like a personal reading, you could pay either through a YouTube gift or you could pay through Cash App or buy me a coffee. And I can do a reading anytime a sign is finished. So if you want me to do one, like for instance, I'm about to start the next sign, but like I won't do it in between, like I was just doing Gemini, but I could do it either before a sign reading or after a signs reading. Well, give me 1 second and I'll put in the information for Cash App and buy me a coffee, and you can take a look into that. 1 second. So those are some ways you can pay. If you'd like not to send in a YouTube gift, you can pay through one of those 3 methods. I think Buy Me a Coffee is the only one that's international. And I know Cash App is US only. I'm not sure about Venmo. Okay, so in the meantime, we'll go on to the next element and the next sign. How much? Well, for a full reading, that's $33 if you have a shorter question. Or if you just want to go and donate some amount outside of that, you can go and, send in, I'd say at least half of that. And I can go and pull in some more in there. Or you can send a gift, a YouTube gift, one or the other. YouTube gift is open. And the YouTube gifts, anyone who does a gift, once I get 5 up of a certain amount, I'm going to go and open up the floor to the collective for a yes or no session. But yeah, those are the prices for right now. All right, in the meantime, the next element we'll do, shall we do fire? Looks like fire. I read my Knight of Wands is Sagittarius. My Sun is Leo. Shall we do Leo? Do fire? Who is watching Leo? Leo. I have 5 of Cups, 8 of Wands. Leo, the person who's watching you didn't expect it to sting this much, to hit this hard. They didn't expect the loss to be this big. 10 of Wands, 4 of Swords. Well, Leo, the person who's watching you, in a word, is struggling. I do have strong Sagittarius energy that has come up, Leo, along with some Libra and Scorpio energy. It could also be in... did you send it? Let me finish Leo's reading, and I'll do yours. Okay, so give me one moment. Just because I started, let me do Leo's reading, and I'll do yours right after. Okay, thank you. So it'll just be a few minutes. Yeah, 10 of Wands, 5 of Cups. The person who's watching you, Leo, didn't expect your loss to hit this hard, didn't expect the pain to be this continual. I have somebody who's watching you, Leo, and they are miserable. In this energy too, it could also be, Leo, that the person who's watching you, it's been hitting them really hard over this past fall months, over these past few months, with that Libra and Scorpio energy coming in here. I have Chariot, Hermit, some strong Cancerian energy. Maybe, Leo, the person who's watching you, you were dealing with them around summer, and things got dodgy come early fall. Well, fall, definitely a fallout around fall. Leo, the energy I have here, the person who's watching you, they fell out with you rather recently. Energy's coming up here. Still strong Sagittarius, accompanied by strong Cancerian. And then I have Virgo, Scorpio, and Aquarius energy. Leo, somebody wants to try and pick up the pieces. They're trying to move forward. They're not quite sure how to move forward without you. They'd like to go and circle back to you, Leo. Quiet, Chi. If you gave them a chance. This person is in a world of pain. They're realizing just how happy they were just a short period ago. And now, Leo, they're all so alone. Not quite sure where everything fell apart. Would like to try and piece things back together with you, Leo. Leo, the person who's watching you, they're definitely going to reach out. Maybe they'd reach out to people who you have in your mutual network first to go and see how you feel about them. Test the temperature of how you regard them. And yet, Leo, this person will come closer. Here's a person, Leo, who's going to make use of every possible connection and resource to you. They didn't expect it to sting, hurt, be sore this much. Okay, so give me 1 minute, Tony, and we'll do your reading. Okay, Tony, thank you so much. Pale Rider, tell me your question. Okay, 1991. Capricorn, right? Oh, excuse me. She's a Capricorn. I see. Okay, will she forgive you and move forward? I will go and see. Give me one more moment. I just want to cleanse myself from the energies I just pulled. Yeah, she's a Sagittarius, and she must be a cusp, because literally between the 20th and the 21st is right where Sagittarius turns into Capricorn. She could be, but the interesting thing about when you're born close to a beginning or end date of a sign, you have a lot of those elements in your chart. So regardless to Sagittarius or Capricorn, I'm sure she has energies that blend between the two. All right, so let's see. Will she forgive you and move forward? Either way, she's born right on the brink of solstice. Let's go and see. Will you move forward? Will she forgive you? Let's first go and see, will she forgive you? King of Swords. Ace of Swords. Well, first of all, transparency, honesty, clarity. Very expectant energy, very prickly energy here. But also, too, It's not closed off. She's not closed off at all. She's waiting for the right type of acknowledgement, the right type of movement, the right type of transparency, and also too following through on that with the right sort of actions. This is a combination of knowing the right things to say and making the appropriate movements to match them. Knight of Wands, Page of Wands, Two of Wands, Nine of Wands. You know, also too, in the bottom of the deck energy we have here, you know, it feels a little bit like she's given time to go and see, well, what she's expecting of. She's been given, she feels like she gave time for that to be displayed to her, whether in words or in actions. Feels like actions are a big deal here that comes up. Two of Wands and Page of Wands, Knight of Wands. Well, she's taking action now. It feels like she's waited and taken matters into her own hands. But let's go and find out more. Still on the question of, will she forgive you? I have Judgment. Judgment with a King of Cups. Again, we have an Ace of Swords. King of Swords. Five of Swords. Five of Pentacles. And again, we have Page of Wands. Definitely she's been looking and waiting for you to go and do some sort of type of actions here. That also shows as well with this energy of Five of Pentacles and Five of Wands. You know, she got impatient with waiting and giving time. That Ace of Swords comes up again. All this King action too, King energy. Well, first of all, let me say with King of Pentacles, King of Cups, and Ace of Swords, you know, essentially a King of Pentacles is a king that that nurtures, a committed king, a king that has growth, you know, future possibilities. And then a King of Cups is a King of Cups that has warmth and compassion. You know, in this energy with a Five of Swords and a Five of Pentacles, you know, she's been feeling a little alienated. It's like the words are not matching the actions. And that also too, in this energy with Judgment, she feels like these, she feels you're capable of it. If you care enough, you're going to carry through with the actions that that you feel, if it's important enough to you. She really is waiting, first of all, with forgiving. She's really waiting for you to say the right things and do the right things. Okay. Let's go and find out more. I'm going to Ace of Pentacles, King of Cups with Two of Cups. Well, first of all, with what you just told me, I'm going to say that she's going to expect you, the actions that she'd want you to do is not to go near that. Also, too, we can think about it, too, with the King of Swords energy, very sobering energy. you're not allowing yourself to be clouded in any way. I see ultimately that she would forgive you, but you're going to have to go and she's going to watch your actions. It also feels like in this energy that I had before, that she feels like she's given you time and space to go and make the appropriate corrections. And she ultimately knows that you love her. But in her mind, what is the point of that love if you don't demonstrate that through your actions? She wants to see significant change in you. She wants to have that demonstrated, that your connection together is important enough to you for you to significantly change the way you operate. She needs to have that really presented to her, just not in words, but in actions. So ultimately, will she forgive you? I see that she will forgive you because she knows that the love is there, but in order for that love to be pure, complete, she needs to have the actions with it. And with the Tower and Seven of Wands here, she really needs to see a change in behavior. And I think too, she wants to see you in this energy definitely more sober, more critical, more aware, and more in control. Now, will you move forward? We'll take a look into that. Let's see. Will you move forward? Good morning. Let's see. Will you move forward? Page of Swords, Six of Pentacles. Well, she's not going to make it easy because she wants you to make a radical change. She definitely wants you to be in control of your facilities, to be a lot sharper. With that Ace of Swords coming up here twice, she wants to see a really big change and difference in how you conduct yourself, how you present yourself. And that's the key. Ultimately, will she forgive you? I see yes. As you make changes, she is going to work with you. Keep in mind, too, she ultimately sees you in the energy. She knows that with that King of Pentacles and King of Cups energy that was in your pull, she knows the commitment is there and she knows the love is there. But in her mind, without the actions, it's one thing to have the feeling, it's one thing to have the commitment, but she needs to have that brought out into the surface. She needs to have proof and demonstration of what you'll do because she's so important to her. With the pages are new energies. Pages are also too new steps. I do see a new start here. You have to you have to say the right things and make likewise the right moves. And let her know too that in this energy, I would say, she only wants in this energy, she only wants what's best for you, what's best for both of you. She's very clear on how she wants your relationship to be, and also too how she wants your actions. But there's a lot of love there. She does have a lot of love for you. Queen of Wands, Ace of Cups. You inspire her, you motivate her. She is committed to you. And she feels like because of the relationship that you have shared already, Four of Wands, Three of Cups, because of that relationship you shared already, that's why she's allowed things to go on as long as they have. But also too, nines could be relevant with Nine of Swords and Nine of Pentacles. She feels like she has been holding up something all by herself. Either she feels like she's the one who's been putting the work in, she's the one who's been adding grace. Something about this, she feels like she has been upholding the balance. And she wants that shared now. She wants that distributed. Let's go and see. Well, two cards came out. They're the same cards that were there. Cease communication for a week or so. Two of Pentacles, Sun, and Hermit. Well, definitely I'm going to say emotions are high. You know, emotions are high, but at the same point, I don't think you should cease communication per se. If anything, I think that the sort of communication that you should give her is, send her warm wishes. If there's any sobering words that you can go and share about how you're reflecting on your situation, I think that's what to do. Not necessarily to go quiet. You know, the type of energy or whatever you've been sending out to her, that's been overwhelming her. The whole situation has been overwhelming her because ultimately she feels like she's down to the breaking point. But I don't think going quiet is the way to handle that either. But I do think that the type of communication you send, it should be calmer, it should be warmer, it should be also too introspective to the type of future you want to build with her. The future you want to build with her. And also too, the type of man you want to be for her. You know, like something along the lines of, I know where I want to be. I know that growth, you know, how I want to be with you. That sort of type of messaging, as well as wishing her, you know, a beautiful holiday. Sending lots of love to her loved ones. Hoping her day has gone well. Things like that. So that's what I see for you, Pale Rider. I definitely wouldn't recommend keeping quiet, but I think the right type of communication. And I do think that communication should be warm, supportive, and I think also too going towards the type of person you want to be in general for yourself, and the type of man you want to be, the type of provider you want to be, the type of partner you want to be for her. And remember to also send her lots of love for the current situation. That's what I see for you, Pill Rider. And that goes back again to what that initial reading was of what she's waiting to see, are the right words and actions from you. And also, too, with King of Swords energy, she wants to see leadership. She wants to see, I'm not going to say calculating strategy, but she wants to see someone who's very in control of themselves. You're welcome. But that's what I would recommend for the communication. Wishing her lots of support and love and light. And also, too, talking about how you see yourself being the type of person you want to be, the type of person you will be. And then remember to demonstrate that, because in her energy, she wants to hear the words and she wants to see the actions. And that will enable the fresh start. You're welcome. Pale Rider, if you have any other questions, let me know. I'll be more than happy to go and pull for you. Thank you so much, Pale Rider, for helping support the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. Sending you love and light. And let me know how it goes. All right, so we're in the midst of fire. Shall we pick up with, we did Leo. Shall we pick up with a Sagittarius? And that would be a Sagittarius Sun, Moon, Rising, a Sagittarius 8th house, a Sagittarius 12th house. Ah, happy birthday. So you're the cusp of Capricorn, right? Yes. Very nice. Oh, it hasn't been happy. Oh, that's a shame, but I'm wishing you, regardless, a happy birthday. And I do think that people who are born on the cusp, I mean, I'm not, but I do think that people who are born on the cusp of signs, oh, what interesting, very interesting energy. I have someone in my family who's born on a cusp, appearing all like one sign and internally all like the sign before. Very interesting energy. And a Sagittarius and a Capricorn. I think that's very interesting energy. Anyway, I will be getting off to the earth and water remaining, and right now we're in Sagittarius. Well, if you have any questions, Miss 60 or Missy 6. I think Miss 60 is a clothing brand, now that I'm thinking about it. But if you have any questions, let me know. Ah, that's so. Well, let's go and see about, what is it called? Sagittarius. Who is watching Well, if anyone has a question, I'll be more than happy to pull either before I do a sign or after. So, Sagittarius. Who is watching Sagittarius? Hello. Let's see. I ask for a donation, otherwise I'm doing collective readings. You can either donate through sending a YouTube gift. You can go and see how to purchase a YouTube gift if you don't already have one. I'll give you a reading through that. Or you can donate through Cash App or buy me a coffee. And if I get 5 people to donate, I'll open up the floor so people can enjoy collective readings. Your readings will help sponsor a collective reading for everybody. Whether it's a half an hour or an hour, I don't know, but I'll open up the floor that whoever would like a yes, no, or maybe question answered, I will do that. So you can think about it that way too. I put a lot of time into collective readings, so I'm a big one in for, supporting a cause that benefits others. You're welcome. Okay. So let's see. Who is watching Sagittarius? Oh, thank you for the hearts. And thank you for the like. All right, I have King of Wands, Sagittarius. 3 of Wands, bottom of the deck energy. Someone's planning movement, Sagittarius, the person who's watching you. 2 of Swords and a 5 of Swords. I don't know quite how I like that energy, Sagittarius. Someone's making plans, Sagittarius, without letting you know, number 1, the person who's watching you. They have plans concerning you, surrounding you, Sagittarius, but not necessarily letting you know. Not necessarily bad energy. Someone's going to move for gain. Could not be a bad thing. Some person who's watching you, essentially Sagittarius, is into meeting you. How? That's essentially who's watching Sagittarius. Someone, they could be trying to see where you're at, Sagittarius. What do you do, Sagittarius? How can they run into you in a natural type of manner, Sagittarius? Signs coming up here, Sagittarius. I have some Libra, Aries, Cancer. I have someone who's trying to run into you, Sagittarius, and make it seem like it was a natural thing. They just happened to run into you. You just happened to meet up. They were in the neighborhood or they ran into you into the street and, oh, there you are, Sagittarius. There they are. Really? Well, that's who I have who's, first of all, watching Sagittarius. Someone who's making plans about you without telling you. And this person intends to see you, to run into you, create a meeting, an opportunity with you. I have Sun. I have 6 of Pentacles, 8 of Cups. And I have 9 of Cups, some more Piscean energy coming up here with 8 and 9 of Cups. I read my Kings as Pisces too. Actually, we have some strong Pisces, some strong Taurus. I have some Leo, in addition to Libra. And then if we were to take a little bit more of a peek see, I have some more Pisces and Cancer. So Sagittarius, the person who's watching you, they definitely are strategizing about how to meet you, how to run into you, how to present themselves in the best possible light to you. So you as someone who loves you. This person is inspired by you. This person has their heart just singing of you, Sagittarius. I could dare say Sagittarius in the energy, they find you quite attractive too. They go, oh, Sagittarius. I could watch Sagittarius all day. Quite taken with the appearance of you, the presence of you. Maybe even slightly drunk on the energy of you, Sagittarius. Sagittarius is possible in this energy. Either they are a little depressed about how things went down with you, or Sagittarius, there's something that they let down likewise for you. You know, they didn't plan on things going down this way. It just did. There's something else, Sagittarius, that they're not yet willing to share about current circumstances. They're attempting to move around some sticky point with them, Sagittarius, about current circumstances. And yet Sagittarius are just determined to move forward and make sure they don't lose the best things that they've come across in life with Sagittarius. That's who's watching Sagittarius. Essentially, Sagittarius, you have an admirer who intends to, they'd like to remain in your in your main vision. They don't want to be out of your mind, out of sight. They want to be very, very relevant to you, Sagittarius. And they're very, very much taken with you, Sagittarius. Could also be too, Sagittarius, Queen of Cups and Empress. They're at their best, Sagittarius, around you. Anyway, let's go on to, Aries. Let's see, Aries. I'll do Aries, and then I think I'm going to take just a 10-minute break. And I'll be back with Earth and Water signs. So, Aries. Let's see, Aries. Who is watching Aries? Page of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles. Well, a busy person, Aries, first of all, is watching you. Hangman with Ace of Swords. I always want to say a busy person who's watching you. And yet, Aries, this person has hands. Is it in your business? They have some sort of touch point to you, Aries. It's an active energy. Energies coming up here so far, Aries. I have Capricorn, Pisces, and Libra. I have some Cancer, some Aquarius also too poking in here. Some Taurus. We have a bunch of energies in here. We'll just keep it right now to those three, shall we, for right now. But what I have here, Aries, a person who's watching you is actually someone who is, I feel like they already have their hands in your business to some extent. You know, Aries, in this energy, the person who's watching you, they've had a particular type of thought, a particular type of goal towards you. And that hasn't changed, Aries. This person knows you. This person has known you for long enough. And this person has had a goal to achieve about you for long enough, Aries. Aries. Aries, do I have an admirer around you who has been nothing more than reserving their spot in your social circles, waiting for a chance to do more, come closer? I don't know if I get romantic energy per se, Aries. I just get very active energy. Like, as I said, this person has a hand in your business. Do you work with this person, Aries? This person is planning on coming closer to you. They want to get involved in with you. They like what you do and how you do it. Maybe they like the ambiance you set, Aries. Maybe they just simply like, Aries, how you push forward on things. Anyway, that's the basic energy of who is watching you. Aries, I could also say that the person who's watching you is someone who themselves, as I said, they have their hands in a lot of things. I feel they also have their hands in your business. Aries, if they weren't very active in your business before, then this person has had their own business and it suffered a bit of a blow. And they just started picking themselves up again, just started brushing the dust and dirt off of them. If they haven't been dealing with you and then quiet for a period of time, then Aries, this person has suffered some sort of, do I call it a blow? Under Magician with a 5 of Pentacles, that's actually pretty harsh energy. That's like falling and getting bloody knees. This person definitely overestimated, overstepped, Aries. So Hanged Man gets Hierophant. Person's definitely up in your business, Aries. Not up in your finances, up in your business. Not quite copycat energy either, but they do seek a gain from you. I have 2 of Pentacles and Hangman again. Okay, essentially, Aries, at its highest level, the person who's watching you wants their luck to change. They want their luck to change by attaching themselves to you. As I said, they like the way you operate. Now, I'm not going to say anything as dire or as possibly bad sounding as soul swap and destiny swap and all that sort of stuff. But I do have here, Aries, the person who's watching you, wants their luck to change. They admire the way you operate. This person has suffered a blow, and this person wants, by attaching themselves to you, they want success they believe they could not achieve by themselves. Take that as it resonates at its highest level. That's who's watching you. Aries, in this energy, here's someone who is dealing with you. They're not overwhelming you, Aries. Very, very cautious, very, very deliberate in how they approach you, how they handle you. They're handling you with the utmost care and consideration, trying to present and craft a certain type of image, Aries. Because ultimately, Aries, with what you do or how you do it, they see that they can get huge benefits by attaching themselves to you. It's not even partnering. It's like if you were going in a car somewhere, Aries, on a certain date, this person would try and warm themselves up to you or warm you up to them, so that on that date that you were going off in the car, they go, hey, there is an empty seat. Would you mind if I came with you? I'm heading in the same direction. Maybe it's a company you keep, Aries. Maybe it's a literal benefit that you can share with others. Maybe it's just your table scraps, Aries. Could be something more, but that's who's watching you. This person is in contact with you. This person should appear highly, highly respectful, contained, approachable. I'm going to use the word approachable. I want to say respectable, but it's not quite respectable. Anyway, this person has a wonderful facade. This person contains themselves quite a bit, at least around you. That's who's watching, Aries. All right, I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes. I will be back. And then I'll do earth and water. But I need something to drink from my throat. So I'll be back. I have this sign here. Oh, I have other things here. I wonder what that is. I'll get a new sign. Okay. Wait, 1 second. One more thing I want to get. Okay. So now I'm ready. Water and earth. Water and earth. As I have fire and air here. Let's do water first. Let's do Scorpio. Who is watching? Scorpio. Ace of Wands, Scorpio, Two of Wands. Someone ready to take initiation. Oh, not initiation. Is it well, I guess so, ready to initiate something. Strong Aries energy. Scorpio. Everything here is Aries. Two of Wands is Aries. Of course, we have that twice. Four of Wands is Aries. Ace of Wands is Aries. So Scorpio, let me ask you, do you know anybody with significant Aries energy? Depending on how this is aspected too, this Aries energy could be in their watery places, could be. I say that too because we have Two of Wands here. We have Two of Wands. And with that Two of Wands, Aries, this is planning, thinking, feeling, knowing. Did I say Aries? I meant Scorpio. Well, this is Aries energy. But Scorpio, the person who is watching you, they feel very strongly about you, Scorpio. I'm like, Aries. Very strong Aries here, Scorpio. Scorpio, do you have Aries in your chart? If you do, then the person who's watching you is either going to hit this area of where Aries is for you, Scorpio, in your chart, or you're triggering something relating to where Aries could sit in their chart. And I say that, like, for instance, Scorpio, if this person has Aries in the first house, you know, something about the way you conduct yourself, your mere presence and actions, your natural inclinations of how you react and present, is something that just draws this person to you. Anyway, I definitely have here belief, Scorpio. The person who's watching you believes in your togetherness, in your partnership. They believe it. Doesn't really matter if you believe it. Maybe if they present it in a clear enough way, Scorpio, you'll believe it too. Definitely, it's something that they have to go and sell. They had to come to this conclusion. Maybe they had to go and realize some things about themselves, Scorpio. But they do believe, Scorpio, the person who's watching you, that you two belong together. Maybe too, in this energy, Scorpio, the person who's watching you believes that you're meant to be partners together. I mean, Four of Wands could be soulmate energy. That Two of Wands is very much, if we do simple addition, Four of Wands again. It looked like somebody, there was some note on my phone. I don't know what that was. I don't really look at my phone when I do these. But yeah, essentially that's who's watching you, Scorpio. Someone who has some really deep belief in togetherness with you. They believe in partnership with you. Could be they believe in love with you. But I would also say with that Eight of Cups, Ace of Cups energy that was behind, you know, bottom of the deck energy for both of these, Scorpio, their belief of love and partnership, or what makes them happy in partnership, that's been changing. Maybe too, in this energy, Scorpio, they didn't quite believe in you as deeply as they do now. It took time, Scorpio, for this person to realize who they had in front of them all this time. Oh, which is not the best energy, right, Scorpio? Why would it take all this time, unless you're a patient person, Scorpio, to realize what you have in front of you? Hello, Anne. So that Aries energy is still prevalent with a Three of Wands. Three of Wands with Judgment comes up under here. I have Nine of Wands. I want to pull these other two cards, Scorpio, before I start to say what I feel here. Scorpio, the person who's watching you is someone who you know. You have been dealing with this person a while. Have you been dealing with them on and off? Or maybe you've just been busy in some ways, they have been busy in other ways. Scorpio, I kind of feel like even if you were together, there has been, maybe on the person who's watching you part, an emotional distance. You know how sometimes somebody can be, you could be by someone, they could be by you, and they just kind of fade off into the background, almost sometimes like a piece of furniture. You know, like this person was around you, Scorpio, but you just sort of became part of the environment and not really a focal point. at certain times, not saying all the times, but this person's attention to you in the span that you've known them. Either you have been kept kind of at a distance from each other throughout, or even while you were literally close to each other, this person's attention just drifted, focused on other things that were not in front of them, other things that were not you, Scorpio. And so the person who's watching you, Scorpio, as I said, they took time. They have been taking time to realize just how special you are. As I said, I don't know why it's taking them time to realize you're special. That's the energy that I have here. And Scorpio, now that they realize how precious you are, they are moving. They should be actually very, what's the right word? Very engaged. They should be very engaged with you right now, actually, Scorpio. They should be treating you. I don't see in this energy them overwhelming you, but I do see this person being in sporadic communication with you. I see them being in good communication with you overall, although not in constant contact. This person allows pauses, Scorpio, the person who's watching you as they're dealing with you, to settle in because they don't want to rush things. Scorpio, they're handling you now with kid gloves. They also don't want to change up the routine of how they have been dealing with you because they don't want, maybe, Scorpio, you to realize the shift in how they see you. Maybe they don't want yet a shift to come in between how you perceive them. They don't want you to pull away any more than you are. If you're going to be kept at a distance, it's a distance, Scorpio, that they set. Energy's coming up here. Well, as I said, I have strong Aries. I don't even know where that Aries could be aspected to, other than I know that either they are hitting, something about you hits their Aries points, their motivation points. It inspires them to action, or likewise in this energy, it's something about where those placements are within you, Scorpio, that draws them in. I also have Sagittarius energy, Libra, and Cancer. Some Cancer and Gemini. 2s may be relevant, 4s may be relevant, 9s may be relevant. All I know, Scorpio, is a person who's watching you. Again, this is someone who you know, someone who you've been dealing with for a while. Scorpio, this is a person who believes that ultimately their best place is by you. And they're going to try their best to make that happen. In the energy that I have too, Scorpio, this person should be asking you out to meet with them, or amendable, agreeable to doing things with you, maybe doing practical things with you, maybe running errands or whatever you need to have done, maybe asking you to help them with whatever they need to have done. Will you be a support for this one, Scorpio? Will this person come to you, Scorpio, asking you to be a support to them? I think that's the sort of connection, and the person who's watching you right now in the energy as they build out more with you. They're going to go and meet and ask for those types of touch points. Because ultimately what we have here at the start, someone who wants to build or reestablish partnership, but they see you in a new type of way. All right. Let's go on to, shall we do Pisces? Did I read all the way far back there? I could have, I don't know. We'll just fold these in. Thank you for the like. Okay. Let's see, Pisces. Who's watching Pisces? Six of Pentacles, Eight of Cups. Eight of Cups, of course, is Piscean energy. Six of Pentacles. Well, that's Taurus. Do I have family watching you, Pisces? Someone who smells like kind of family. Could be family, kind of like family. They have some roots somewhere going outside of their planter towards you, Pisces. I know I shuffled that. Oh, it was meant to be. And Temperance coming up there. And I have the person who's watching you, Pisces, is someone who knows your family or you know theirs. Maybe it's mutual, Pisces. Now, of course, we are in the holiday season where people go and meet up with relatives and family and try and reestablish those bonds that could have possibly gotten weakened in the year. Did I skip? Oh, well. I actually could go. I think I'm on the house Wi-Fi. I could change, but if it goes off again, I'll change it to some other network or the SIM card. What was I saying? Family. I mean, there's a lot more visiting and movement and travel, I feel like, just simply due to the energies that are here, but it still doesn't neglect the fact or negate the fact that here's someone who knows you, you know their household, they know your household. Possible too in this energy, Pisces, the person who's watching you, hasn't seen you in a while. Someone has no interest in meeting with the other. The benefit possibly just isn't there, or the timing just isn't right. Oh, energies coming up there is Virgo, along with Taurus. Maybe the interest just isn't there. The benefit to you just isn't there. Maybe you have closed yourself off to them, Pisces. Queen of Swords, Hangman, of course, is Piscean energy. Four of Pentacles. It could also be Capricorn energy. But ultimately what I have here, oops, another card fell out. High Priestess could also be seen as Pisces, can't it? I have Hangman. I'm going to draw one more card here. Definitely feels like family, or someone who is close enough like family, friend like family. Could also be possible former partners, Pisces. Pisces, here's someone who I feel like you have no interest in. Hangman, Four of Pentacles with that Queen of Swords. Large energy. Just doesn't serve your purpose to go and deal with them, whatever sorts of mediations or machinations you'd have to go and put up with to deal with this crew just is not worth it. So I feel, Pisces, you kind of are not interested in playing the games, playing the roles that would be required. And so, Pisces, you leave the person who's watching you, maybe the people who's watching you, Pisces, no other avenue, no other recourse, Pisces, than to watch you. Follow your footsteps, Pisces. This isn't family. Could also be early childhood family. These are friends who were like family, or even possible kind of partner-ish energies in which you know their family or their family met you. That's who's watching, Pisces, someone who's going down memory lane, Pisces. I don't see you being interested in these people, something about, or that person, something about how they just behaved and operated. You said, not worth my time, not where I want to go. I'm not leveling off with this. And they know it, Pisces. One person likes to live conservatively, and one person wants lots of air to breathe. All right. Who is watching Cancer? Let's see for Cancer. Let's see, Cancer. Shuffle this a little bit there. Shuffle this a little bit here. So, Cancer. Actually, no, I'm going to do this for a second. Where did it go? Sometimes one calls, sometimes one cleanses. Get some air in here. Who is watching Cancer? That would be a Cancer sun, Cancer moon, Cancer rising, Cancer 8th house, Cancer 12th house. Well, time marches on, but apparently, Cancer, this person doesn't like it. Cancer, the person who's watching you, would prefer if time stood still. Time went back. They don't like how things have gone, Cancer. They don't like where they are right now, Cancer. This was not what they anticipated, Cancer. This is not where they wanted to be. Guess I should have said signs, but we have some Gemini and Capricorn energy coming up here, Cancer. Definitely they don't like where they are. Oh, look at them, Cancer. I'm going to say this is someone who knows you and someone who can't approach you at all. Maybe with that Gemini energy here, Cancer, strong Gemini energy coming up, maybe they don't have, should we say the kahunas to go and face you, Cancer, because they know if they do, what would you say, Cancer? I do think you have some very interesting points to say that they would not want to go and hear. But here's someone, Cancer, who's upset about not having access to you. And yet fear keeps them from coming up to you, Cancer, because of what you would do, what you could say. You would rub salt in something unhealed, Cancer, that they would rather lick and keep open. The pain of this wound is one thing. You inflaming it would be even more miserable to them. So energy is coming up here so far, Cancer, besides Gemini, which I kind of feel is facing the music. If they contacted you, what you would say to them, Cancer, would be adding to the pain. And so, Cancer, they have no intention of contacting you, at least not yet. I feel this Gemini is more hurtful words you could say. Relevant words, true bullseyes on things they'd rather coddle and nurse than acknowledge. That's who's watching, Cancer. Some very strong energy here. I have someone all in their boo-hoos. And, they must deserve that boo-hoos. And they are afraid. Kind of cowardly energy, Cancer. I have some Scorpio energy here, too, in addition to Capricorn. I forgot what that other pull was, but hey, you could take it back if you're interested. We don't need to go back. We have somebody all in there boo-hooing. Boo-hoo. Oh, my. That's he's watching, Cancer. I have Magician. I have some cards that fell out. I'm still going to pull. 5 of Wands and the Star. Who fell out? Person's not ready to tangle with you yet, Cancer. I definitely think, Cancer, there's something about either the way you act or the way you speak. Oh, that makes this person scared about tangling with you again. Something about what you say, what you could say, how you say it, how you deliver it, Cancer. What you see is too real, too accurate, too real, and too painful. This person doesn't want to hear it, although they know it. And yet they're torturing themselves with watching, Cancer. Okay. I have Magician again, and I have 8 of Wands with the 7 of Pentacles. Energy's coming up here, Cancer. I have Aquarius, Capricorn, Gemini. I have actually really strong Gemini, Leo, Sagittarius, and Taurus. Cancer, this is someone who you haven't dealt with in a while. And Cancer, this person sees you as very capable. Maybe they've been surprised, Cancer, at your capableness. And they're not ready to tangle with you. Whatever you did, whatever you said last time they met you or last time they dealt with you, last time they'd known you, was enough to still dwarf them. This is a coward's energy, essentially, Cancer. Let's see who's watching you. A coward. And this person will not approach you, Cancer. Because I do feel something about what you'd say or what you would do would hurt. You would call out truth, Cancer. And you already called out enough truth on them. That's who's watching, Cancer. All right. I'm not going to bother saying all the signs, doesn't matter. That's who's essentially watching, Cancer. Let's go on to, I did all the water signs, I believe. I did Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Let's do Earth. Shall we do Capricorn? Let's see. Put you in there. Let's do Capricorn. Oops. Some cards wanted to jump out, didn't they? But they didn't quite jump out. There's a King of Cups and an Ace of Wands that wanted to jump out. But anyway, who's watching Capricorn? 3 of Cups with a 2 of Pentacles. They like you, Capricorn. Person who's watching you, King of Cups, still says, I'm here. Okay. You don't know how they feel about you, Capricorn. It's not time yet for you to know, Capricorn. But the person who's watching you does really, really, really like you. They like being around you. They like doing things with you. Do they admire you? I think they just like you, Cancer. I mean, 3 of Cups is Cancer energy. They just like you, Capricorn. Of course, that 2 of Pentacle energy underneath was Capricorn energy. I have somebody who likes Capricorn. Someone not really admiring. They just really feel good around you, Capricorn. One would also say with that bottom of the deck energy, they like dealing with you a lot, Capricorn. Capricorn, this person is a social person. But I think, although they wouldn't advertise it, you are among the favorites. Excuse me. Oh, that they deal with. Capricorn, the person who's watching you is a friend of yours. I'll find out how exactly are they dealing with you, because as I said, there's a little bit of not being transparent, but they like you. Some more Cancerian energy. I have Leo energy, I have Aquarius, I have Scorpio. 7s may be relevant, as I have some 7s that have popped up. Excuse me. With that 7s, though, think about it this way. Lots of moving parts. This person definitely has lots of moving parts in their life, Capricorn. Maybe you have some in yours too, but they have more moving parts. They have clutter, essentially, in their life, Capricorn. Maybe we can call it action, busyness. I'm going to call it clutter. They're a pack rat. Are they a pack rat of events, of people, of keeping busy? Something along that lines, but this person accumulates, Capricorn, and they like it. If you ask me, though, it's clutter. I have a person who's watching you. This person likes to collect. And you, Capricorn, they like. So we have someone who's a little bit of a pack rat, maybe with people. Maybe it was just going out and knowing people, sociability. Social circles are very important to this person, Capricorn. Some more Leo energy coming up. Definitely. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Leo in this energy, Capricorn, but this person seeks places where they can gain attention. This person definitely likes, could like in this energy too, Capricorn, how they look next to you, how they look around you, how you look together. Two of Swords, Strength, and Four of Cups. Well, as I said, Capricorn, this person I do think likes to project themselves. You know, oh, I'll do this because it makes me seem interesting. I'll wear this because it makes me look good. Maybe we all do that, Capricorn. I mean, who necessarily, well, some people do, but we could also go into when you kind of dress down or you dress lousy, we can go into how that can kind of be a symptom of other things, like, right, like going into mental health and those type of things. But essentially, like most of us, when we put on clothes, right, Capricorn, we're doing it to look good, not necessarily doing it to look bad. But this person, Capricorn, specifically goes and preens themselves to look as impressive as possible. Maybe they're just extremely well presented, very visually pleasing. I don't know, but there's something about this energy here about how they present themselves, and it's important. It is really important. And Capricorn, are you paying attention to it? Some more Cancerian energy coming up. Actually, really strong Cancerian energy, Capricorn. Three of Cups, Two of Cups, Four of Cups is all Capricorn, along with some Leo energy. If anything else, as I said, though, this is someone who likes to go and present themselves, likes to be good looking, and also, too, they enjoy being around you. They enjoy being social, too. In this energy, Capricorn, I don't know how I got 3 cards in here in my hands, but anyway. In this energy, too, Capricorn, how much do you pay attention to them? They're paying attention to you. I do think they're kind of around your face-ish. I don't really think you make yourself available to them. You're not noticing. Capricorn not noticing them. Oh, gee, Capricorn. So I have Queen of Cups. I have Strength again. Oh, that's who's watching Capricorn. Capricorn, I have someone who is in your friends group. Capricorn, this person is very showy. This is someone, Capricorn, that either they should be good looking or maybe they pay more attention to how they present than, I always want to say one should. I mean, I kind of think that people should dress up and should, you know, look nice and blah, 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 blah. And I like fashion, so. But this person definitely, if they don't look good, they dress nicely, or they dress quirky, they dress interestingly, they pay attention to how they look as much as they can. And you don't really pay attention to them. Very tied into you, Capricorn. They're as close as they possibly can be at this stage to you, Capricorn. Going to try and get closer to you, Capricorn. Slightly energy to Capricorn. Someone who is a little obsessed with you. That's who's watching Capricorn. Just wanted to plug in my phone. Be back in just 1 second. Oh, I wanted some light. So, all right. That's who's watching Capricorn. You know, essentially what I have here with that strong Leo and strong Cancerian is someone who wants you to notice them. Someone who wants you to care, Capricorn. That's essentially what I have for Capricorn. All right. Now we are on, shall we do Taurus? And then we have Virgo. Shuffle that. An old deck. And new deck. Well, new-ish enough deck. All right, Taurus. Let's go and see Taurus. That would be a Taurus sun, Taurus moon, Taurus rising, Taurus 8th house, Taurus 12th house. So the Taurus collective. How strongly do you feel Taurus energy? Page of Swords, 5 of Wands. You're not giving them the attention they'd like, Taurus. They say they're not one to be ignored, Taurus. They'd like to become more relevant to you, Taurus. Okay, Taurus. I have a Knight of Wands and the Star. Some energies coming up here, Taurus. I have Sagittarius, Aquarius, and Leo. Taurus, the person who's watching you is someone who has already gone and dealt with you. You could have already tangled with them in some way, Taurus. Although maybe the tangling could be a little bit of a strong word. Taurus, maybe you've let them know where you stand. Maybe they've let you know where they stand. Maybe there's a little bit of a standoff. I don't think so, though, Taurus, because the person who's watching you still would like to tangle with you. Maybe you were the one who said, well, you know, this is that and bye-bye. Or this isn't worth my time. They say, oh, but it is. Do they have something to say to you, something to show to you, Taurus? I know they'd like to interact with you more, Taurus. It's not over as far as they're concerned. They would like to tangle more. Tangling is better than nothing, Taurus. Also, too, just because they didn't get what they wanted first round, Taurus, doesn't mean that there still isn't a chance in their mind, Taurus, for more to happen. So, okay, let's go and grab one of my cats from chewing my plant. Okay, let's go and see for Taurus. Who do we have? What do we have? Knight of Wands gets a 6 of, excuse me, excuse me, Wands and the Chariot. I'm doing Taurus, right? Taurus, the person who's, how long I've been offline. But anyway, Taurus, the person who's watching you is stubborn. You know, they have this idea in their head, Taurus. They have a way they like to proceed, Taurus, and they're not about to change it, Taurus. It's really fundamental to who they are that they act in a specific type of way, unchanging. Taurus, I have somebody who's going to go through with something, even if it is detrimental to them. They've decided they're going to carry through with it no matter what. And that's who's watching you, essentially, Taurus. Taurus, there's a fissure between you and someone else. Taurus, you could have stopped dealing with this person, or you could not now understand that you're not going to see eye to eye with this person and have just moved on around this person. But they're not having it, Taurus. This person is not done tangling with you, Taurus. Energies coming up here, Taurus. I have Emperor. I have Sagittarius, Aries, Cancer, Leo, Sagittarius, Pisces, Libra. I know that's a bunch of energies. But essentially what I have here, Taurus, you've tangled with this person. And I feel you're not going to see eye to eye with that person, but that person is still intending to go and deal with you. No resolution is possible, Taurus, because this person will spite themselves to continue on the path that they're on. And yet they still want to be up in your face about it. That's who's watching, Taurus. Trying to make sure I put the right deck back with the right cards. Oh, let's see. And our final sign is Virgo. Let's see, Virgo. What do I have for Virgo? Who is watching? Virgo, I have Knight of Pentacles. Okay, so I don't know if that's better or not, but I went off to the SIM card. There are 2 other networks I can try as well. We'll see. Anyway, Virgo, so I have a Knight of Pentacles, 8 of Wands, 6 of Wands, and a 5 of Swords. Someone, Virgo, intending upon getting to where they have to be no matter what. They're not going to be deterred, Virgo. That's who's watching you. Is it something that you have that they're interested in, Virgo? I don't know. All I know is that the person who's going to watch you, Virgo, who has been watching you, they're really determined to continue in a specific type of direction and get a specific type of result. They say, absolutely, I'm going to get this. Nothing is going to deter me. Whatever I can do to speed it up, all for me, is also an energy coming in here, Virgo. Energies coming up here, Virgo. I have Aquarius, Leo, Sagittarius. And I have someone, as I said, intending to get ahead no matter what. King of Wands comes up with a Knight of Cups, Hierophant, and 7 of Wands. Virgo, the person who's watching you has something that they deemed important a long time ago. And everything they do, Virgo, is to achieve that. Virgo, here's someone who forms alliances, forms partnerships, but ultimately is just to further a goal that they have set internally a long time prior. Energy is also coming up here. I have some more Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. Person who's watching you, Virgo, this is someone who's dealing with you. They could be in close collaboration with you. At the very least, they're dealing with you. Virgo, here's someone who could be in your life at one point and gone the next, depending upon where your path takes them to alongside their ultimate goal. Very Machiavellian energy here, Virgo. This person who's watching you, very much all about themselves. Not exactly one to be trusted, Virgo, although you could be tempted to, because here's someone who appears responsible, appears diligent. It's a whole bunch of really nice traits, Virgo, but they have those nice traits because it supports their end goal, getting to their end goal. In the moment something doesn't meet their end goal, they will discard it, Virgo. Six of Wands comes up again. Anyway. So, Virgo, this is someone who you're dealing with. Anyone who could be, I do think this person is impressive to a certain extent, Virgo. But understand that their impressiveness is something that should be viewed almost like a window display, not necessarily as a metric for which you should trust, confide, and depend on someone, Virgo. Well, those are the readings for everyone. Thank you for the likes and thank you for the time. I may leave this up a little bit longer. I did get a text. I'm going to go and check out what that is, and I will be back. Okay, well, I'm back. Sometimes there's something I've been waiting on over the weekend, and it still hasn't come through yet, but I was getting an update on that. Sometimes some situations, they just have delays. It's the nature of the energy of that situation. A dynamic that will continue to arise no matter what type of energy you may be in or may not be in. I'm going to add some more light here. I like things bright. Although, of course, I do realize that for the screen itself, it probably adds it to be very hazy. I have my A little garden. I have a couple little spots like this over the house. I don't really have my setup complete of plants. Well, taking care of plants. But I can take care of them somewhat. I have a little elephant ear that I keep on neglecting. And it keeps on coming back up for me. Oh, a little dear one. So I'm trying to give it the attention it needs. Give it the wetness it needs. There's some plants that somehow, I don't know, they just escape my vision more than others. I'm actually going to switch over Hello, Jennifer. Thank you. Yeah, they're one of my little nurseries. My plants that just require a little extra care under a T8 light. I have a 4-foot T8 light with a whole bunch of little cuttings. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I've grown plants in places where you've had natural light, and then places where the natural light is less than to be desired. And here I have light, but it's very diffused. And I've been growing indoors for a while. And I can say that while nothing's better than natural light, T8 lights are a pretty good substitute. Yeah, houseplants are really, I think, encouraging. I actually started getting into, when I did plants, I did food plants. Like I grew all my greens, like lettuce, broccoli, things of that nature, some tomatoes. And then I started getting into blueberries, guava, hello, bananas, passion fruit, pandan, like the different types of herbs and fruit. And here I actually don't really have that many. I think I only have 2 or 3 plants that are actually edibles. I have bananas and I have bay leaf and fig. And that's pretty much all the plants I have that you could eat. But they're all very tiny. I have fig plants. I don't know if someone's watching for me. I don't know how they are or not. But I got another cutting from someone. So starting again. Of course, I don't know what kind of fig this is. Before I think I had a yellow long neck and Olympian figs. I don't know what this is, nor do I know the type of bananas that I have. But yeah, did I have, but everything else is ornamentals, and I never really got into ornamentals before. I had pothos, I had dracania, and I had wandering jewels, and that was about it. Oh, and I had elephant ear. What kind of plants do you have? Oh, I had a bunch of prayer plants over the summer, and then with the temperature, somehow they all kind of died on me. And I took some cuttings of them, and I'm trying to bring them back. But my prayer plants have, like, I don't know why, but ever since it got colder and then the temperature changed with the heat, they changed. These are my struggling prayer plants from the cuttings I took. Which is why I have them over here. I'm trying to give them diffuse light. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Gold. Although I think it's sort of in the same level of people who crowd around an accident when they can't really do much, but they just watch. Yeah, I have the red and green. I kind of forget the names of them right now. But I had the red prayer plant, and then I have, I think, a type that I don't know if it's called the ghost prayer plant or like a Korean name of it. But I have this type, and then I have the red, the flashy one. But as I said, they kind of are. I had them in the bathroom, and they were flourishing for me, literally flourishing. And then the moment it got cold, because I guess the bathroom heat isn't that great, then over the last month, they just all sort of disintegrated. So, like, this is coming up again right here. But I moved it in here. It's drier out here, and it's also hotter. But I can keep an eye on it. So those are my nursery plants. I also had nerve plants that were doing really, really well in the bathroom. They have crinkled quite a bit. So I'm trying to save them too here. I mean, I have cats too, obviously. And some of my cats bother my plants, some of them don't. My little calico, she's very mouthy. So anything that she's interested in, she'll bite first. And she just have a habit of tearing some of my plants. But we try and work through it. Like that, she ate my pothos. Ate my pothos there. Tried to eat my pothos here. I didn't really want to put them here on this level, but we'll work through it. I had them on harnesses anyway, and I watch them pretty religiously, so can't eat that much. My fig plant, they got decimated twice. Those are edible. And I have one cat who likes to eat that. Well, you know what you should try, Jennifer, especially since you have cats? Try spider plants. Spider plants are cat friendly, and all of mine really, really loves it. I mean, I could show you an example. So I have one, okay, 1 second. So I have one cat here who really, really likes spider plants. Okay, you don't have to go eating it crazy. And they are actually healthy for them to eat. But that's enough of that plant. Otherwise, she will decimate this little cutting that I have. Oh, I know. I've had plants indoors for a while. You know, the thing is, you just balance it off with the plants that are tasty and the plants that aren't. And I mean, the only thing she does is every once in a while she gets a little mouthy with them. But I also tie her up when I'm sleeping. I put her in a cubby or I put her on a leash, one or the other. So she has full reign when I'm up and awake, but when I'm out of the house or sleeping, I keep her away right now. I kennel them just to make sure. But yeah, I mean, these I can't leave out because this she will definitely eat. She knows that this is tasty. Okay, okay, okay. You got it. Okay, you got one. You don't have to eat it all. Anyway, that's enough of that. She'll eat all of them if I can. So that's the difference between tasties and untasties. And when they know the difference of tasties and untasties, they won't really go after them. But yes, that's who. Yes, that was tasty. Anyway, I definitely look into getting spider plants. I mean, even a pothos and things of that nature, your cat may take a bite or two out of them, but they don't taste good. I'm trying to think of anything else that would be cat friendly. Well, figs are cat friendly, but they could eat all the leaves up all at once. And I have bay leaf too that gets munched on. But all the other ones, they don't really get attacked because they're not tasty like a spider plant. Hi, Maria. You don't see the gift option? Let's see. I'm not sure if they're super stickers or super gifts. I think I have the gifts enabled. Usually next to the chat bar. So I see super stickers, super chat, membership gifting. I'm not sure if that's the same. I don't think so. Let me check. I think I do have gifts enabled. Maybe, Maria, could you take a screenshot and show me? I never have gotten a gift before, so this is new to me. But I wanted to open that up to the floor, that if, also too, if I have 5 people that send out gifts, I'm also going to open it up to a yes or no session. A donation tab. Let's see. Gift tab on YouTube. Oh, really? See that I have the jewels up there. Let me see. I have let me check again. That's curious. I see that it says supers and gifts. Well, thank you, Maria, first of all, for bringing that to my attention. I have to go and figure out now how to bring that in. I'm seeing that it says somewhere on the super chat and gifts tab, but I don't see gifts on here. Let's see. Well, now I have something to figure out. Well, do come back and I'll figure it out if you'd like to go and give a gift. As I said too, what I'll do when I get 5 gifts, for every 5 gifts I get, I'll open up the floor to a yes or no session for everyone. So your reading will also help benefit the collective. That's what I'd like to do. So I'm looking all in the yeah, it was on, it says on the earning tab, but I'm not seeing it either. Try and see if it makes a difference on the computer as opposed to the phone, the app version or the phone. Let's see, I still see. Yeah, I see I'm on the earn section. I see overview. I see memberships, which I put a membership up. I have a super is turned on. And I have shopping, but no gifts. Guess I'll have to go and contact the customer support or YouTube support. Because I believe yeah, something I have to figure out how to do that. So I'll just go into help and contact YouTube. Yeah, I see that. I don't know where it says virtual items. I actually have had that whole tab turned off for over a year. And I just turned it on about a week or two ago. But I'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't even see a VI, a virtual items module too. Okay, that's a good, I'll try that. I will try, let's see. go on to the earnings again. Yeah, I'm seeing shopping. But not supers and gifts. I'll go and contact customer support or YouTube support and we'll see. Maria, come back in a little bit if you'd still like a reading, if you'd like to share a gift. I'm going to figure this out. But I think I have to go on to YouTube customer support and see what they say. Because it's not coming up for me. Thank you, Maria. I figure this out. Thank you for letting me know.
You got it. What with your hand? All right. Go ahead. Just call me in if anything goes wrong. Yeah. Hey, nice man. Well, you could all stand up, man. I'm good. You cross seriously. Give me a minute. Get my head around it.
Hello.
He's coming right up to me. Love and pet.
You can for a donation.
Confident expression.
And if you feel like it, you can also go to the beginning of the live and check out the collective readings that are done that I did earlier. Hello, Bertha. How are you? Thank you for the hearts and thank you for the likes.
With all the heck Sheila do, she's gotten that insight and she's made some headway into solving this riddle. I want to get straight into your homework. Okay. I want to take a look at what's been going on here and see if Freddie's behavior has changed at all. Oh yeah, she ain't messing around. Is that clearly you started ignoring her completely, which I'm sure was hellacious at first.
She responded pretty quickly, actually.
Did she really?
Yeah, I wish I would have done this a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But she knows that she has to wait for me to get up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Tell me what I'm not seeing on here.
This morning, for instance, she was frustrated, came into the kitchen and threw a little tantrum, a little baby tantrum.
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
Nice.
Yeah.
You reward the silence.
Yes.
Okay, so that's great. The other part of it was the play, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that you're draining energy out of her so she doesn't have all that built up energy in the first place. How's that going?
She
Coachy.
won't play with those darn toys.
Come on, Coachy. Go on, go down. Go
Oh,
down.
it's your favorite toy. We haven't seen it for a while. I feel like when I'm doing this, she's more interested in, oh, what's that? What are you doing with that part of it?
I think that what you want to do is take it from this motion to that sneaking motion so that it's a toy that goes around on the floor. All cats will play. You just have to find that sweet spot with them. Oh, hello, Captain. Now, have you had any other people over here?
Yes.
Okay, how'd that go?
Well, my neighbor Kelly, she came over, and my friends are, not supposed to touch her. Well, she touched her anyways. Okay, Freddie.
She got it.
She got it. Not hard, but Freddie gave her a hiss and a little tap and a little bit or two.
Yeah, exactly. They have to realize that it's not that your cat is, it's that your cat doesn't like this, right?
Yeah.
Some cats just don't like touch stimulation. Some cats are born with it, some because of their life experience. It's really hard to say. But we can work with Freddie to interact with humans more positively. It just won't be based around petting. I don't want Freddie more than anything
Yes, I am. Hello, Jesus. Right? That's how you would say it, Jesus, and not Jesus. Hello, Jesus. Hello, Miss Garcia, Misa. How are you, Misa? If anyone has anything they'd like to share too about the readings done in the earlier part, please feel free to share. There are also astrological notes which you can check out. They're rather interesting, I think. Who is giving me all these hearts? And anyway, yes. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the likes. Surprise, 30 something. Well, thank you. I got a whole bunch of hellos and likes. Thank you. I'm actually wondering what to do one more reading. I could do another collective reading later on moon messages, or there has been love readings I've been working my way around. And I've done everybody over the past maybe 6 weeks, except for Aquarius. I haven't done an Aquarius love reading in a while. Is there anybody out there who's interested in an Aquarius love reading? Or we could do moon messages. Right now, I don't really have a preference towards either, but open. But in a little bit. Maybe in an hour or two. Hello, a love reading. A love reading for the collective, or would you like a love reading for yourself? Or I could do a love reading for the collective too. I don't think I've done one of those also in a while. A collective love reading. Okay, I could do one. I wonder how I'd phrase it. Do you have any ideas of how I could phrase it? I could, of course, the standard. Who's coming towards you in love? What's next in love? You know, it's all about the phrasing, the phraseology as you are exploring the energies. Do you have any suggestion, webbed feet, on how to phrase the question of love? 2026, so love in 2026. What's arriving 2026 in love? Something like that. The love thermometer of 2026. Okay. I'm going to do that on a separate live though. And I'll do that a little bit of time. I'm still running around doing a few things on my end before I sit at the table. I think I did this reading earlier at the end of the beginning of the day, but I could definitely do 2026 and love for the collective. You're welcome. Anyway, possibly see you in a little bit. Do I think an unemployed guy is worth what? A partner, love? Is that a rhetorical question or a question that you'd like cards pulled on? What kind of question is that? With the job market? Well, my question would be if he's unemployed, how is he? What do I think? Well, I'd wonder how would he be making a living? I mean, would you be the one supporting that unemployed guy? Money has to come from somewhere. That is what I think. I would think, well, two unemployed people means poverty, right? One unemployed person in a partnership, well, it means that somebody else has to be earning really well for the other, for the combined household. Well, I think it depends then. I do think someone who goes the distance with you is a beautiful thing. I would be curious as to why a woman would be able to find work, though, and a guy would not. Well, I say that too because I know some people who are unemployed in my circles, traditionally unemployed. I have a former coworker who, when he lost his job, he tutored people in chess. So he was unemployed, but he still made money by teaching people remotely in chess. And he also went around to various chess tournaments across the country. And he also picked up prize money that way. So I think unemployed is sort of a broader term. Is the person completely not making any money? Is he making money but not through any steady kind of work? I mean, you could also be unemployed too, but working as a freelancer, depending upon your definition. There's also side jobs, part-time jobs, and things of that nature. I mean, it depends. Well, then my question would be, what is he doing right now? I remember reading an article a couple years ago about how they were talking about with a first wave of unemployed people between 20 to 35, roughly, that a lot of people were unemployed and they were going into temples, ashrams, monasteries, and things of that nature in order to make ends meet. And of course, if you stay at an ashram or a temple or a monastery, you can stay there for free room and board as long as you donate a certain number of hours each day. Maybe they'll put you on a shift for 6 hours a day or something like that. Maybe sometimes they could put you on for 8 hours. I don't really think they do. Could they do 8-hour shifts? I don't know. I don't recall. But I know that they put you, for instance, in that sort of thing, they give you free room, they give you free food, and you just work for the monastery or the temple or what have you for X amount of hours, and then you have the ability to well, it's commune living. So if you ask me, I side eye anything that's commune living. Doesn't have to be I think any place, personally, I think now any place that you have hierarchy, you have someone in control, someone in charge telling other people what to do in a household situation, I think that's opening yourself up for abuse right there. That's my personal opinion and a little bit of my personal experience too. I think whenever you have a bunch of people together and maybe they're together for the theory of what the bond could be, but ultimately I think jealousy comes into play. And I think libido comes into play, control comes into play. A whole bunch of really lower frequency energies come into play. It's all about control and seeking validation at someone else's expense. But my point is, if he was unemployed, I would just wonder how would he be making money? Someone has to make money. Yeah. But as I said, I think that's, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I think that's all communes. Anywhere where you have collectivist living. The farm shares, for instance, I side eye those. I think there's a lot of abuse that happens when you bring people together under one roof and they are seeking different things. Hello, Andre. Tell me what flag is that? I don't recognize it. Green, orange, and red. Oh, excuse me, green, white, and orange. Where are you from, Andre? Oh, Ireland. Ah, now I know the Irish flag. Thank you. Hello, hello. I heard Ireland is a beautiful place. I had a friend of mine. Well, she wasn't exactly a friend of mine. She was a classmate of mine who I was friendly with. We liked each other and we were partners in a few of our classes together. She was a photography major and she was born and bred, or is born and bred in New York, in the US. And she told me that every summer since she was 11, her parents took her to Ireland, and that inspired her to become a photographer. She majored in photography. She continued taking photographs of Ireland. She brought back the most beautiful photos. She became a landscape photographer in Dublin City. But she had lots of love for Ireland, and that's what she made it her thesis and her focus on, sharing the beauty of that country with everyone who was in a class with her. So tell me, Andre, is it cold right now in Dublin? Are you if it's, are you at a higher elevation? Do you get colder weather? Is it more mild and temperate for the winters? Raining. I ask because where I am, I'm in New York in the US, and I have lived in a state right underneath of ours in New Jersey. And just with a couple miles difference and a couple difference in the elevation, it has pretty much changed. Like the winters from being more mild when you go down a little bit to a lot more severe. Oh, you got rain. Well, at least it's not ice. And at least it's not sleet, right? As long as it's not icy. And as long as there's no crust. Ice crust. It's home. Well, yes. I have to say, though, if you have any recommendations of, I don't know, any facts on Ireland that you'd like to go and share, or any resources to go and research, to look up, let me know. I always love learning new things. And it's great to have a touch point of something to look into, to start following up on. I have to say that although I haven't been to Ireland, it definitely is one of the places I would love to visit. In fact, too, I think with Ireland, I think DraftKings, they're a fantasy sports company. I think they're the number one. I think DraftKings went and established a base over there. So some people, for instance, they could go and continue working in the New York offices, and other people, they could go and work abroad in Ireland. A lot of people were very excited about that option. Ah, the fairies. I had a book too, I think. I don't recall the name of it, but a book of short stories that was published along the 1950s. And it spoke about sort of the metaphysical, different legends around fairies. St. Michael the Archangel Island in Kokeri. I will check that out. And I will check out the banshees too. Well, banshees are they women, or are they the ghost of women, or are they actual different beings like a fairy? So it's an actual being, not necessarily like a ghost, but its own entity. Like a banshee, like a djinn or a fairy or an elf. Darby O'Gill and the Little People. I will definitely. It's a sign of death, really. A banshee is a sign of death? Oh, a film. I will check that out. In fact, I'm writing it down. Well, I'm taking screenshots right now of it. And I will check that out. Darby is. I got it. Darby O'Gill and the Little People. In fact, I'm looking that up right now. Tell me, was Jonathan Swift, wasn't he an Irish writer? I remember I used to read essays of Jonathan Swift, and also too how he put political satire into his writing. Which I thought was really wonderful stuff. Okay, I'm going to definitely check that out. Darby O'Gill and the Little People. I think I probably have seen it, but not in a while. I know that. If I've seen it, it was definitely before I was in high school. A while ago. Hello, Mandy. How are you? I hope everyone is staying warm and dry. I'm doing well, thank you. I just had a little bite to eat. And almost ready to go and do one more reading, I think, for the night for me. You just got home. Are you going to be off for the rest of the week? Is it going to be a week that you'll stay mostly at home, or do you have travel plans? Yeah, it's nice not to have to go out or just deal with home. Very nice. Definitely to go and chill. That's pretty much the same thing I'm doing too. I mean, my next Monday is still up in the air of whether or not I'll have that off, but I have this week off, and I appreciate that, although I still get up early in the morning for that. Will you have any guest over, Mandy? For me, it's just going to be the same, quiet time at home. I probably just have to make sure that there's enough food or whatever sort of essentials I need for the holidays, because everything will be shut down. But you take care of your mom. Tell me, Mandy, are you in a warm part of the country, or are you in a cold part? Are you up north, or do you have, are you enjoying a southern type of climate? Where I am, it's scheduled to have a big snowstorm tomorrow. Oh, Kentucky. So does that mean that in Kentucky, I mean, I know that in some places, right, you still get snow and it still gets cold, right, over there? I mean, you have the mountains and everything like that, right? High elevations and everything. Tell me, in Kentucky, Like one thing I could say with New York, the moment you start going a little bit outside of New York City, I guess outside of any city, then all the reception gets really bad. There's like no cell phone reception. The Wi-Fi sucks. It's like the mountains garble everything. Is it the same over there in the mountains? Is like all sort of, or do I call them radio waves, internet waves? Do they sort of fail you in one way? I think it's the mountains. I mean, I like the idea of, not having those towers everywhere, but I think that's a unique thing. Yes. With mountain living is that you get insulated, right? And then with the reception and the weather, it makes it easier just to go and stay still, I think. You're paying attention to other things. Very, very interesting. Has the winter been mild for you so far in Kentucky? Yes, I know what you mean. I mean, I've lived in the city, I've lived in the suburbs, I've lived off the beach, I've lived in the country, and I've lived in the mountains. And for me, it has to be the mountains. I love the mountains. There's something so beautiful, I think, out of all the many places to be that I think when you're in a forest, when you're in the mountains, it's just there's something about the air and the quality and the sound and the light, the way the wind moves through it. It just, like, for me, I'd rather travel to the city if I had to than live in the city and travel to the mountains. That's good. Yeah, where I am, I think we only had 1 or 2 snowstorms so far. And it hasn't been that bad. Yeah, I mean, you think about it too. I remember so many times when I would be in the city and I'd have people telling me that, like, oh, well, they'd be like, oh, there's always something. Like, for instance, the cities, one of the things it really got me was the smell, like the smell of pee. And in like Miami, for instance, the smell that really got me there was the smell of like rotting produce or garbage. It was like they had like, the food smells that were rotting together with standard garbage, but that would be like all out in the alleyways, in the sidewalks, and then the pee. It was like pee and tropical fruit and food type of smells. I'll go and check it out, Andre. And it just got to me about the smells of the city. And I think that's what really got me tired of living in the city, or just like how every time it felt like the air was so hard when you went outside to get fresh air. And as opposed to the mountains, it's like you have room to breathe. You can be outside and take a deep breath. Yes. Yes. Exactly. I think the perfect mix is when you can go back and forth, but not enough that you get tired with the commuting of it. And also too, to be able to see how many stars are outside in the sky. That's also something I like about being out in the woods. Seven stars. Is that the name of the toy show, Andre? Seven stars? I will look it up right now. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't done the meditation moments in a while because I haven't taken really any significant trips outside of the summer. I've been a little busy. Oh, yes, the Seven Sisters, I see. Is that coming into view? Well, I know that that three eye atlas. I know that on Friday it was supposed to be at its closest point to the Earth. And then we also have R2 Swan. I believe we have four so-called comets / celestial bodies that aren't behaving like comets out in the sky. Oh, Libra is going to be closest to the moon. Well, we are just going into winter solstice. If it's not today, I think it is today, or it was yesterday as well. Oh, it's today. No, it was yesterday. The days are merging for me. And then I know that we already had the last full supermoon. Yeah. I think it's been that way particularly too because this has been a year with the vibration of number 9. You think about all the energies that 9 presents. Then 9 combined with strength. Excuse me, not strength. 9 combined with the snake energy that's in this year. All about transformation from within, transformation that starts with you. Transformation that no one else can facilitate or change. Than giving you an offer, an avenue, etc. This year was all about your own internal work and forcing you to deal internally. Oh, really? She had a baby on winter solstice? How special. I think cusp energies are so interesting. People that were born on the cusp. Not that I am, but I know some people who are. But I think cusp energy is very interesting. And to be born, I think, on the winter solstice is a beautiful thing. Was it a little boy or a little girl? Or, is it a little boy or a little girl? Oh, you're a cusp. Oh, interesting. So you're right between Capricorn and Aquarius? Oh, very interesting. A little boy. Yeah, I have people in my family who are born on the cusp of energies. And I think it's interesting because you can see how both energies play into their personality, which makes them, I think, very complex. How sweet that she has a little boy to go and join the world. Landon cult. What does Landon mean? I haven't heard that name before. And very interesting, she called him Landon cult with us going into the year of the horse. That's very cute. Oh, Janis Joplin's birthday. That's too much. Was she the one who said all she needs is a pink Cadillac, right? Or something like that? Won't you buy me a pink or something like that? Oh Lord, won't you buy me? Or the red Corvette, something like that. Yes. Have you ever been to Woodstock, Mandy? Woodstock is an area I'm familiar with in New York. In fact, oh, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you know somebody who's dealing with that. And that's so sweet, too, that she made him her namesake. It's a lot of bravery to go through that.
What?
Some of the astrological notes, not astrological notes, some of the meditation moments I have, they're of some spots in Woodstock. born in that time. Well, I would say, the Woodstock Festival was held in Bethel, which actually I've never been to Bethel. But I can say that if you ever get a chance to go to New York, to go to the Woodstock area, well, it's kind of become commodified now. It's highly pasteurized. But the land is really beautiful up there. The mountains, if the mountains speak to you, you'll like the mountains there. Originally, that spot in the Woodstock area was revered as a sacred spot by the Native Americans who lived there before it was colonized. Oh, very funny. So does that mean that you have a tendency to, do you like cold weather or do you like hot weather? And Andre, were you born when it was cold or when it was hot? What type of weather was it when you were born? I'm curious now, Andre. Was it raining? Oh, you were born in the winter too. So both of you, do you like the cold weather? Do you like to keep warm? Tell me about your, like the way we all have our own sense of timing. One person's sense of quickness could be too fast for other people, or one person's direction of up could be down, left to right, etc., all depending upon where you were born in the world. Well, I noticed that some people, when they're born, when it's cold, either they really like the cold, or they don't mind it, or they can't stand the heat. Ah, you love cold weather. Very, very interesting. I was born in the desert. So when I was born, although I have to admit, the one thing I absolutely hate is sand, but I was born in the desert. And it was well over 100 degrees when I was born. It was very, very hot. And for me, I don't really like I like northern climates, but I need to be warm. A lot warmer, I think, than your average person. Cool weather in the yeah, the mountains, I think there's something so beautiful about four-season weather that you really just can't go and find anywhere else. Even in the tropics. I've been in the tropics and in Miami, for instance, and the most that they have there are they have these sea grapes trees that are all over the place. And I believe too the sea grapes are edible, although I never got to try them. But the sea grapes, they turn a lot of the parks and walkways, etc. They've used sea grapes over there to also ground the dirt. So whenever any wind comes up, to try and make sure that it doesn't kick up the dirt and the sand and so forth off the ground, cause extra erosion. But the thing about this, as opposed to palm trees, because if they plant palm trees basically have no roots. They grow tall, but they're not really acting to go inside the ground. But the sea grapes, they'll actually go and keep the ground where it is, right? They won't be uprooted or anything like a palm tree. And sea grapes, come fall, they will turn colors. They will turn red and yellow. And in the winter, they'll fall off. But it's still not the same as opposed to, the an actual 4-season type of weather, I think. When the trees completely go down to their branches and the snow comes out and covers everything in white. The sky becomes a light gray. And the way the sun comes through on the cold air, the way the spring comes in with those bright flicks of green buds all over the place. Hello, Bray. I think all of those things are so beautiful. And then the way it just becomes more and more lush as each summer. And then the fall takes everything down. And then it begins again. Right? So what does that mean, Andre? Coachy. Oh, a woman of Ireland. So what's the word for woman? Is it, how would you say that in Irish? I'd like to ask, how do you pronounce that? Minna? I'm curious how you say that. Oh, I did say it. Minna. And so Ireland actually has an H in it in the Irish language. Here I am. Here. Not quite sure how to say the second part. But I didn't know that Ireland had an H. Is that in the Irish language? I think I remember another Irish friend when I was growing up who was very much into her culture, and she danced for something like 10 years doing traditional Irish dance. She did that all through childhood up to her teenage years. Eric. Is it Eric? Yeah, she did the river dance, and she was very much into it. I think she started getting into it when she was under 10, and she got more and more serious with it as the years progressed. I don't know if she started taking up music too because of it. She could have, but I know she was very much into the arts and got more and more into it, specifically the performing arts, traditional Irish performing arts with that. I haven't seen the, outside of just recollecting that my friend participated in those things for a while. I forgot about it until just now. My my parent did interior design, and what I remember most about her was we use a lot of cracked glass. And she would always be saying about how her Irish grandmother wouldn't be able to come into any of the rooms that we did because of all the cracked glass. I thought that was funny. And I loved it because it was like a number one way to make things glitter and shine. You put a whole bunch of glasses all over. Well, Andre, you definitely have inspired me to go and check out some more things about Irish culture. And I definitely am going to go and check up on those resources that you mentioned. Dolores MC Cabe Caledonia song. I wonder if I play it here, will I get a copyright strike? I try not to play anything in the background that much because I do get flagged if they hear anything that's copyrighted. Is that another song? Sorry, Dolores can't. Let's see. Dolores. Oh, an Irish singer. I see her. I pulled it up. A song that she did in 1988. I'm going to mute this while I listen to it because I know that if I play it on here, I'll get a copyright strike. But one moment. Yes, I'm familiar with her. A very beautiful voice. Very interesting woman, too. Very interesting woman. It's a little sad, I think, that when you see talent like hers and how talent has continued to be expressed in our culture, that we put so much other things other than just the voice and the presence, how that has to be detracted with other things that other than just the raw talent and a strong personality, a strong presence. I haven't heard of Mary Black. But I'm looking her up right now. Is there a song you'd recommend from Mary Black? I see that she's been producing for eons. About a good 30 years, if not longer. Only a Woman's Heart. Let's see. Oh, very beautiful. Well, now I have some extra musicians to go and check out. And also, too, I haven't delved into banshees. Christy Moore Beeswing. I will check that out too. That will be a new thing for me. To go and check out. I have before listened to Chinese folk artists, but that was pretty much it. I'll definitely go and check out these artists. I haven't heard of her. But I'll also add her to the list of people to check out. So Fieldsy, is that how you say her name? Fieldsy? Okay, Fieldsy. I'm going to go and get something to drink. I'll be back in a little bit. You too, Mandy. Thank you for stopping by. Nice to chat with you. This is a song, a group called Tumble Paddles. Oh, the Patties. Okay, I'll add them to the list. Yeah, I've never listened to Irish music other than I would say that you know, the singer who did Sweet Dreams and Enya. Also, too, I think the Cranberries that were put out by Island Records. I think that's about it. Yes. And my mother always loved her voice. So that's how she came onto my radar. Oh, was she the one who did that? I wasn't aware that she was the one who did that song. Yeah. Very hauntingly beautiful voice. Yeah, Prince is an interesting character himself. I've heard some interesting stories / rumors about him. There's I haven't really done any readings or explored Prince, but I've heard some theories about his sister who came out of the woodwork after he passed away. Some say that's actually Prince, the one who's his sister. Yeah, it's weird. As I said, Princess has a lot of like really obviously he was a complex person while alive, and as he has been supposedly away, more interesting things have been coming out about him. Yes, because I just think it's odd with some of the things around Prince. As I said, I haven't pulled anything on him specifically, but one of the rumors is that he's still around. It's interesting. As I said, I haven't gone into any readings on him. More along the political lines of Epstein. Like, is Epstein really here or not? And some other people. There's also another interesting rumor that I heard, and that was that Clark Gable is actually Creole, or he's half black, half African American, a mixed race man. I thought that was an interesting one to explore too. I just haven't yet had the time. And also too, I want to do a little bit more research on that. When you do the readings on political things or entertainment, sometimes I do research on it, sometimes I don't. If only to go and make sure I have the names correct and the pronunciation and things like that. Elvis, and that's actually a good one too. What really happened to Elvis? And as well with Michael Jackson, lots of mystery around that. And both of them so ingrained in power and influence. I mean, just very interesting cases. There was a reading not done too long ago on the Rayners, Rob Rayner, Nick Rayner, and that situation. Hmm. It definitely is something. I mean, you think about how just standard business, for instance, operates, and from what we could see about how politics operates, regardless if it's on a local scale or a global scale. And then, entertainment is ultimately no different than politics and business. Selling ideals, selling culture to different groups. Yeah, I haven't really necessarily. I mean, I recently saw that his family has gotten into the news with the fact that John Travolta's, I think, daughter or son, one of John Travolta's kids, is actually related to. He got a donation of eggs from Elvis's daughter or granddaughter, something like that, with John Travolta. Oh, his son, yes. And I haven't really read the articles or glanced through it, but I saw a little bit to go and see that the reason why they didn't want it out was initially the male heir of his family wanted to be the king, so he was the only man. I thought that was a little sad. Didn't want to have that news acknowledged in case, because he didn't want to be there. There are two men sharing Elvis's lineage. And that's sad. I read just a little bit, just enough for that. I mean, there's so many interesting news bits that are coming out, both in the politics and the entertainment, and also, too, what's happening up in space. Yeah. I mean, it just is, well, first of all, too, I mean, I understand family legacy, but ultimately, in terms of Elvis's legacy and his, male descendants, that still is something that Elvis has built up himself, and not one yet of his relatives have matched the the distance, the breadth that he has. I mean, not Lisa Marie or any of his other, family, his other descendants. So first of all, for the, do I call it the most publicly known descendant of his to go and want to be the king? I mean, what has he done to even gain that title, that birthright title from his from him? Right. I just think that to be possessive over a title and history, which you haven't yourself tried to build upon and expand, other than just I'm here, and then to go and shut someone else off of that. And then on the same level too with, I mean, obviously the Travoltas were family friends enough for them to do that. They were close enough for them to receive such a donation. Are those lyrics from Elvis? I haven't listened to an Elvis song in a while. No, I've never heard of that song. Of course, I never really considered myself, excuse me, an audiophile. I never really got that much into music that way. I studied the violin, the guitar, the piano, the flute, and then I went off into taking classes on sound healing. So things like I studied the gong, chimes, singing bowls, and things like that for almost a year. Oh, another song. I'll check him out too, Charlie Lansborough. Yes, I did sound healing. And going into it from the traditional standpoint, a new age standpoint, the traditional octaves on a musical scale, as well as you can go and take it from the planetary energies, the planetary hues, or tones rather, as well as how they can align to different chakras and the notes and hertz within those chakras, all those sorts of things. Yeah, I went there initially I went to go and study yoga, to go and get my my certification in hatha yoga, also to hot yoga. But when I was there, I found that what I really, really resonated towards, I continued doing the yoga, but was actually the sound healing. That to me resonated a lot more to me, stronger. I was surprised than the asanas and things like that. Yes, and the same thing with Reiki as well. And I never really considered myself to be a healer per se, but sound healing is just something that spoke to me. The only thing is it's very heavy. The tools and instruments to go and gather them together, they're you need some space to go and put them. They're a little pricey, and they're heavy. I agree. I think that as I actually went into certification programs and study programs to go and earn degrees and certifications in it, I believe that for all these things, number one, I think that it's completely unnecessary. Same thing with even teaching yoga. From what I learned in the class and so-called with getting certified and lauded instructors, I think really it isn't something that should be doled out to certification hours and things of that nature. It's unnecessary. Oh, well, thank you. But I think everybody, if they have a calling to do something or to explore something, I think they should. And I don't think you need the structure of a class or someone to go and give you the green light to do so. If anyone else is watching going, I think I'll do this, I just think that it's not necessary to become official. And that's true. I mean, a lot of these places as well, they're just ultimately interested in money. I mean, we all need money to live, but I found that a lot of those places, becomes too much about clout and control. It becomes too much about money and not really about the true purpose of healing and growth. And also, too, just becoming a better person, creating a better community. Right. I think innately everybody could be good if given the right chance to go and detach from a need to control, a need to place hierarchy upon. Yes. Andre, I have a few more things to do, but I am going to be back with another live in a little bit. But it was really nice talking to you, Andre. I hope to see you again, and thank you for your time. Thank you. Bye-bye. What, Chi-Chi? You want to come out, Chi-Chi? Come on, Chi-Chi. Do you want to take the tea real quick? Okay. Chi-Chi. I got 82 people. Is that Tater right there? Okay. I bet they got some people, some subscribers. Where should I go?
This way towards the wall. Not here, I'm trying to put the top here and the corner of it towards the wall.
Okay.
1,000 views. Did you say something to me? Did you get 1,000 views?
I 1,000, and one was at 1,100.
What?
Like 1,001, 100, 1,100.
Mm.
And you saw that YouTube said, like, you know, they'll get to it when they get to it. Maybe they won't do it because they say, oh, she can get $1,000 together too easily. Right?
No, they offered it.
What?
They offered it.
I know, but only for December. Hello, honey, honey. Hi, Danielle. Oh, if I did a reading for you, I don't quite recall, but it's been a while too since I've done, I've done a few readings lately, but I know I was pretty much a little busy over, I feel like this summer. But how are you doing, Danielle? If I read for you, do you recall what I read for you on? Because I know I tell people that if they feel called to come back and let me know how it goes. If you want to share how it went. But always nice to have someone come back. Hello. Again. I'm actually just getting ready to do one more collective reading. I had a request earlier to do a love reading for the collective on 2026. So I think I'm going to do that. Check that out. I did a mini reading for 2026. I did 2 readings so far, but this will be my first official one. Well, my second official one. So anyway, nice to see you again, Danielle. And I believe I'm going to go off and do a new reading. Although my little muse kitty is way over there. Musing herself in that corner. Chi-chi. Chi-chi, stop it. Chi-chi. He says, I can scratch that up. No, he can't. Of course, I think he already is scratching that up. I have a box with canvas in it. It's a big box. It's probably about, it's about 7 feet tall by maybe a foot. It's a rolled up large piece of canvas in that box, but I need that box. I need him not to go and tear it up. Anyway, I'm going to go off. Thank you everybody so much for the likes. Thank you for your time.